morning. We're going to go on record with the 8:15 review calendar. We'll start at the top. Amador Contreras. Mr. Contreras, come on up, have a seat. You went into an SOC back in September. One of the conditions was you went to this freedom counseling business. We got their initial letter saying you joined it, but we haven't heard anything since.
Yeah, I had to get out of there and I joined a new program.
You have paper work on that? Have you had a reevaluation? Could you show that to Mr. Ratfield, the prosecutor? On the one hand, not every program fits everybody is a good fit, but on the other hand, we don't want treatment shopping, they call it. You've entered treatment and it was an assessed, but what we need is the assessment. This is a rather vague, open-ended treatment program. There's no real specifics here. Did you get a evaluation from them?
Yeah.
And did they give you a copy of it?
They did, but I gave it to the other court, which I was in Pierce County, because they also wanted a copy of it, but they didn't give me a copy this time for this year. They just wrote me a little letter.
Well, what we're going to need is looks like you've done a victim impact panel. That is good. Is this something we can keep, or is this something you want us to get a copy of?
You can keep that.
What's going on in Pierce County? Are you in compliance with them? What's
well, I got a domestic violence charge that I'm trying to work through there.
And treatment is one of the
Recommendations.
Is it a condition of a sentence?
Yeah, now coming up soon. Yeah, I got court on the 22nd of.
So the case isn't resolved yet.
No.
Mr. Contreras, what we're going to need is an evaluation. Mr. Ratfield, do you have any suggestions here? What we're going to need is an evaluation. We're pretty early into this, fairly early into this.
Yeah, I let him know they could get me compliance reports and stuff like that, but he just didn't do that. He just gave me a little letter. I told him on Monday.
What we're going to need is the evaluation into a compliance report. That's this date, you're dated March 12th here. That's just yesterday. So let's set this over to March. Oh no, let's go April 10th. I'm going to reset the matter to April 10th. And what I want you to do is have on file, if you have on file the evaluation and a treatment plan. This says it doesn't give me the plan. It just says you're going into treatment. We need that, the plan. So I'll sign an order resetting the matter. And what I want you to do is, check with us, make sure we have that. And if not, make sure you be here.
Okay. And they also said like about our
Release of information. Yes, they'll want you to sign a release. They have a confidentiality obligation. They're not supposed to be just put your business on the street, so to speak. They'll need the ROI, release of information, signed by you to allow them to send us. We prefer to receive these things directly from the treatment agency. Well, there's a number of reasons for that. I'm going to sign an order resetting the matter to April 10th, 8:15. How are things going otherwise?
They're going good, yeah. Going to treatment 4 days a week and, doing also, trying to do 3 a week.
Are you learning anything from the AA meetings and the treatment?
Yeah.
That's, I understand that sometimes it's good to go to those meetings. I've had a number of friends and clients that have gone that way, and they're kind of glad to learn that there's a lot of people that have it a lot worse than they do. It's, Mr. Contreras, I've signed the order. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of that, and good luck. It's the 2-year SOC, so you've got a lot of time here, but the sooner you get started, better off we are. Good luck to you. Any questions at all? Hey, Mr. Contreras, thank you. You take care of yourself. Lou Florence and the, Mr. Florence, come on up. This is on a, it looks like you picked up a new DUI up in Lakewood. Where are you on that?
I'm not really sure. My lawyer's supposed to be here on Zoom. I'm not sure about the Lakewood one.
But that, I see from the docket, you're represented by a Scott McGinty.
Yes,
Is he on his way here?
I thought he was, or he was gonna be on Zoom. I'm not sure what he wanted to do.
We'll come back to that matter. Can you give him a call?
Sure, I gotta
Okay.
call.
Yeah, I don't want to address the matter without your attorney being present. Hey, great. Kim Markle does not respond. Chanting Yang. Ms. Yang, come on up, have a seat. How is everything going at the moment?
Just working a lot.
Working a lot. Docket indicates that you've sort of waffling back and forth in and out of treatment. Where are you now? Are you
No,
back in?
it's, Disparity, have to stay in compliance with Milton, so I am in compliance with Milton for my treatment. I do twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. And I also did my panel.
If you would show that to the last thing we have in the file is you were compliant for the month of January, but we haven't had anything for February or.
All my counselor there sent in the evaluation and my compliance report and everything. Cause I'm on
Well,
SSC with Milton.
January's not that far back. You're in compliant as of the end of January anyway.
I started at the end of,
Pardon?
I started going to Prosperity at the end of October.
And you've done the victim impact panel? That's great. Can we keep this? Or do you want to copy it?
Copy.
If you would, when we're done here, I'm going to give this back to you in a minute. I want you to take it to the counter and you'll need to go to get a copy of today's order anyway.
But I promise compliance.
But I'm going to take your word for that, but let's reset the matter to April 10th. And,
I will call them today.
Pardon?
I will today for them to send in, because I've already given all my.
Sometimes I've said this many times, these agencies are great at giving treatment, but they're not so great about filing
Yeah.
reports with the court. They're
Back.
first things first with them. I'm going to ask you to come up and take this back. I want you to take it to the window. I'm going to, I'll sign an order resetting the matter to April 10th. And how is life going otherwise for you? You look happy, cheerful, you look well. And jumping through hoops. That was, that's the important thing about the hoops you have to jump through are, let's make sure you don't get back in the same kind of trouble again. That's what we want here. We
Yeah.
want you
Yeah.
to not have to waste your time coming to court, but,
Yes.
that hopefully, now, if we get a February, compliance report from Prosperity, you don't need to come back on April 10th, but you want to make sure that, we have that. Yeah, check with us, before April 10th, to make sure we've received a compliance report. If not, just show up and we'll just deal with it then, okay? Ms. Yang, I'm signing, go ahead. If you would, go to the window outside the courtroom, get a copy of today's order, and make sure we get a copy of the victim impact panel statement. I'm going to wish you good luck. You take care of yourself. If you're not back here on April 10th, you be well, and hopefully you'll get through all this court stuff. Take care of yourself. Come back to Mr. Florence if the parties are ready on that. Good morning. Matter was scheduled. It looks like, well, a couple of things. One, housekeeping. We need a victim impact panel to be attended. And also looks like there's a new DUI picked up in Lakewood.
That's correct, Your Honor. And for the record, Scott McGinty, Councilor Mr. Florence, who's present for and seats my right. I represent Mr. Florence in Lakewood. That case is going to go to trial. It's a very interesting case. I wish I could show the court some of the discovery and the evidence that we have. In that one, it's actually, it's quite common. But nevertheless, Lakewood is having some issues with Tim Lewis is the new judge there, and he's got things.
I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
Lakewood, as we could go into their history of the judges, with et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
They got a good bench now, and he's got things moving in the right direction. But the prosecutor's office there, I think I'm on my third prosecutor now, so it's a bit difficult.
Third and counting.
Yeah.
Do you have a trial date set?
We don't.
We
I
don't.
had a hearing there, I think last week. I was expecting to do that, but a new prosecutor jumped on. I briefly showed him some of the evidence that we had, and he was quite convinced about it, and he was inclined to continue it to have time to review it in light of trial. So I think right now the next court date in Lakewood is late next month. So request for the court would be to stay with this matter. I don't think the city would have objection to that. Just maybe set a later date. Try that case or hopefully get that resolved. Regarding the victims impact panel, treatment records, and things of that nature. It's my understanding Mr. Florence has completed those, and I just haven't obtained those certificates yet. And once I do, I'll make sure I get those followed.
City, any objection to a reset in this matter? You're back in Lakewood end of April. You want to go to the end of May 22nd, or the first date in June would be June 5th.
That'll work, Your Honor. Thank you.
Want to go to June 5th? And you might let us know if there's any resolution one way or the other.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Signing the order of reset. Both yourself and your client can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom. And over to the left, Mr. Florence, any conditions earlier set remain in effect. Stay in touch with your attorney, and the best of luck to you in getting a good result up in Lakewood.
Thank you.
Any questions at all?
No questions.
Take care. Have a good day. Tyler Sorensen. Tyler, come on up. How are you?
Good.
What do we know?
I got my AA leads done, but I left them in my brother's car, so I have to wait till I can grab them for him.
Looks like you've attended a Alamo Club January 23rd, January 25th, and you did a new Yelm group on January 29th.
Yeah, those.
Nothing in
were the,
February at all, or?
No, those were the first ones you had me do. But, and then they gave me a new slip, so I already have all that. I just have to get it from my brother.
Glad that you're going to the meetings, but can you give me any update on the treatment?
But try to get back into the Providence group. If they do.
Sort of, kind of running out of time. That's SOC ends here in July. I'm not seeing any indication of any reoffense, so that's a great help in this matter. But one of the hoops you got to jump through is the evaluation and treatment. July's coming up here. Before you know it, let's reset the matter to May 8th. We'll take another look at it then. You know, and again, the most important thing to me is I have not seen any indication of any ongoing issue or any new offenses. And that's really what it's all about. And that is by far the most important thing. Good to see you. You always show up on time. Mr. Sorensen will reset it and hopefully you'll be back in treatment. There's no way you're probably going to be able to complete the obligations by May 8th or even by July, but well, we'll see what happens. You got to start. If you start, we'll just see where you are on May 8th, okay? Are you working now? How's life going?
Still applying.
Sign in the order. You look well and you're staying out of trouble, and that's by far the important things here. You take care of yourself. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order at the window, and maybe we'll see you back here in May with some good news. Keep going to the AA meetings. Are they doing any good? Are you learning anything from them?
Yeah.
Anything of interest? That's good.
Not really.
Well, at least, like I said earlier, you're probably learning that there's a lot of people out there that have it a lot worse off than you. So, Mr. Sorensen, you take care of yourself. Always good to see you. We'll see you back here perhaps on, well, we will see on May 8th, one way or the other. Take care. Serena Villegas. Ms. Villegas, good morning. How are you? Again, this is a treatment issue. I'm reading that right? There's 50 cents owing? 50 cents owing, but where are we on treatment? That's
I got this paperwork.
perfect. Would you show that to Mr. Redfield? Oh, good. Who are you dealing with there? Kelly?
No,
Canelo?
it's a guy. I cannot remember his name. I think it's
They are recommending a rather comprehensive, treatment program here. Is it doing you any good? You've started it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like my counselor. I'm not the best with names at all.
Is this something that we can have, or I want to take copies of it if
Yeah,
not?
I do have a date for the day that I called them at work. That day
Oh, boy.
or
Okay,
Later on, so it's for,
sounds like you're right on top of things here. That's,
yeah, March 24th is for the victim day. Yeah, I called them on my break. They're like, you can come in tonight. It's like, oh, I'm already home.
I'm convinced from what I'm seeing here that you are doing what you need to do.
Yeah, and then.
I don't know what to do about the 50 cents that's owing. That's,
It's,
I'm not worried about that. But, no, this is great. This is great. I'm very familiar with Nisqually's program. They have a great staff, and you're in very good hands there. What I want you to do is, I think I'm just going to strike the hearing. And Nisqually is good about getting compliance report to us. Make sure that they send us compliance reports. Otherwise, we'll drag you in again. We don't want to go there. I'm not going to set a hearing. I want you to, but I will want you to take this to the front counter, get a copy so we can have that. Okay? Absolutely. Just file proof of that, and that clears you on that. Yeah, and stick with the program. It's a good one. Right? Come on up, take this. Sounds like life is going okay otherwise. Okay. Good luck to you. Ms. Villegas, you take care of yourself.
Of course, ready. I'm covering for Tim Rusk on the Lynch matter.
Ready, let me go to that. Here on behalf of Leandra Lynch, I'm looking at Oak Court's a motion to continue to June 5th at 9 o'clock.
And Your Honor, I believe that I work close with Tim Rusk, and I assume that he has his father.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's so he's going through a lot right now, so we're just jumping.
No, I'm gonna, it's,
But I do
I'm
know
I'm
he-
comfortable with
Thank you.
resetting the matter to June 5th. I'm signing the order
Thank you, Your Honor. He maintains
as we speak.
communication.
Yeah, my condolences.
I'll let him
You
know.
can get it, we'll be sending him a copy of it. You can get a copy at the window outside.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully, time will resolve things. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Likewise. The jail is on.
Okay. Okay, morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
This is Joshua Knowles. Comes on for an arraignment this morning on a controlled substance and a possession of paraphernalia charge. He's not being held on this charge. And he just basically wants to confer with his
Now let's do it. Let's do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Just so you know, Your Honor, we were gonna waive arraignment, and then he was thinking he might wanna do arraignment and then buy a little bit of time to talk to his probation officer to find out if it would be a violation of his community custody with DOC. But he's just advised me that he would like to go ahead and proceed with a plea. We have discussed what an arraignment is to be read, the charges in open court, the elements that need to be proved, the maximums that could be imposed. I reviewed with him statement of intent on plea of guilty and the city's plea offer, so I guess he would like to proceed with just entering a plea this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Knowles,
How you doing?
is it first name Joshua, middle initial A?
Yes,
I am appointing Mr. Haverko to represent you in this matter, and I'm looking at a statement of a defendant on plea of guilty to one count of use or possession, delivery of drug paraphernalia, which references a dismissal of a controlled substance charge. Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverko just said about the proceeding today?
Yeah.
The plea form tells me you're 35 years of age. Have you gone over the plea process with Mr. Haverko?
yes,
And if you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was your question answered?
no,
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the form, no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, simply a sentencing which could be up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended by the city and by your attorney. You realize that?
yes,
With that in mind, as to one count of use, delivery of drug paraphernalia alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 28th, 2025, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
no,
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I've looked at the recommendation contained in the plea form. Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
no. I'm gonna try to get some help though.
Mr. Haverko, anything further?
No, Your Honor, it's just a time served recommendation. There actually is no time served on this case. He's just being held on the DOC matter and, just ask the court to follow it. All suspended jail time, no financial obligations, just the time suspended for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations.
Mr. Knowles, I'm going to follow the recommendation. 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. That especially comes to controlled substances. I would suspect, without knowing, that is the subject that lands you where you are right now. It's,
Yeah,
if you get a handle on that, I'm sure you are not going to be involved in the criminal justice system henceforth and in the future.
thank you,
All I can do is wish you the best of luck. You're serving a DOC sanction now. When that's done, as long as you're in compliance with them, you're not going to have to worry about going back. Stay out of trouble, okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
No fine. It's simply law-abiding.
Yeah.
behavior. Take care
Okay.
of yourself. Knowles.
Thank you.
Paul?
Oh, so-
Morning, Your Honor. This is Paul Scott.
Ready, sir, for the record, Paul Harvey Scott is your name?
Yes.
Mr. Scott, I'm appointing Mr. Haverko to represent you on this, this charge, as well.
So he comes up for arraignment this morning, a reckless burning, second degree charge. The city, in exchange for a plea, has offered to amend the charge to attempted reckless burning, second degree, which would reduce it to a simple misdemeanor from a gross misdemeanor. So I've inserted the attempted reference statute. And then also, I made it clear to Mr. Scott, even the paperwork in the plea form reflects suspended time. That is not correct. I want to make that clear. The city has recommended 60 days. So the city is actually recommending 90 days in jail with 30 days suspended for a total of 60 days. I have reviewed that offer with Mr. Scott. He understands the city is recommending 60 days. That he would otherwise have the option of entering a not guilty plea, and we could set the matter for pre-trial. He, I believe, wants to go ahead and enter an Alford plea to the amended charge. And then it would not be an agreed recommendation. We would want to argue our own recommendation because Mr. Scott does not agree with the city's recommendation of 60 days. So we would like to be heard as to the issue of sentencing.
Mr. Scott, do you disagree at all with anything, Mr. Haverko just said?
No.
Plea form tells me, you're 39 years of age,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you're pleading guilty to an amended charge of attempted reckless burning in the second degree. Is that correct?
Yes, an Alford plea, yeah.
Now that's, we'll get to that in a minute. The attempted makes it a simple misdemeanor. Maximum penalty on the charge, if I accept the plea, is 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'd be free to impose the 90 days regardless of what's recommended by either the city or your attorney or yourself. You realize that?
Yes.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. You understand that?
Yes.
With that in mind, as to one count of attempted reckless burning in the second degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 5th, 2025, how do you plead guilty? Or
An
not?
Alford plea, a plea of guilty?
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And this is an Alford plea. I have reviewed the probable cause statement and the facts, and there is more than a sufficient factual basis for the plea. Recommended sentence from the city.
Your Honor, city's recommendation.
Mr. Haverko, I'll hear from you with regard to sentencing.
Well, my argument, I guess, is really that of proportionality. I mean, I understand the city's basis from the standpoint of the number of appearances Mr. Scott has made before the court. You know, there's an argument of frequency and accountability. I guess from the defense perspective, the question is what is a proportionate and a reasonable sentence? And Mr. Scott, he one of the reasons we see him frequently, most of the time, is really not because he's really causing any major trouble. He just unfortunately because of his indigency and homelessness, he's wound up being trespassed, from a number of places. And so, more often than not, we see him really as a result of is stemming from a homelessness situation. You know, we frequently see him on criminal trespass charges more often than not. You know, in speaking with him, you know, it was cold that night, and you know, I realize there could be, certainly, obviously, there could be a danger when you understand the facts of the case. His intent, his motive was to essentially just to warm his hands. He's, again, homeless, he's outside, he's cold, and you know, he's not trying to act, you know, maliciously, nefariously. In a lot of ways, his problem is he's just out, you know, out in the environment, and you know, finding himself in a homeless situation, trying to you know, heat his hands without otherwise some other source of heat. So, you know, 60 days is quite a bit for that offense. So I'm not sure what the reasonable sentence is, but 60 days seems to me pretty excessive. So I'd ask the court to be lenient and reasonable in crafting a sentence in this situation.
Scott, listen to your attorney now. If you want me to know anything, you have what they call a right of elocution. You can let me know anything you think I should know or you want me to know before I impose any sentence. Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
Yeah, I was just too cold to think and warming my fingers, and I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mr. Scott, the last time you were in front of the court was the last time we had court. On that occasion, I sentenced you to 30 days in jail, suspended 60. The jail let you go by mistake. They didn't have you serve the 30. But I'm just gonna call that good. That's the problem is the mistake was made by the jail, and you were almost immediately, within a day or so, picked up again on a new offense. And this offense was, you know, rather incredibly dangerous. You had a lit flame right next to a propane facility, which was right next to a gas station. That could have been a horrific incident. And your response was, well, you've survived a propane explosion before. Not only do you endanger yourself, but you endanger a lot of other people as well with activity like that. I'm going to follow the city's recommendation, impose 90 days in jail, suspend 30, you're to serve 60. The last time you were in front of me, you were going to reconnect with your father and get yourself into drug treatment. I'm convinced that drugs are pretty much the root of the numerous times you've been here before me. You get a handle on the drug issue, I think we won't be seeing you anymore. But the first step is to get yourself addressing treatment. I'm going to encourage you to reconnect with your father, as you indicated you were going to do. Get yourself into treatment and deal with the drug issue. Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Scott, I don't know what to say other than good luck. I can't count the number of times. It would take me the rest of the morning probably to go through the number of cases that we've had together. I'd like that to come to an end. But until you get a handle on the drug issue, I'm very much afraid that it's not going to come to an end. I'll sign the order, and you and your attorney will get a copy of it. You take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll get the 9 days on here on the 60.
Your Honor, this is, Ayla?
Yes.
Ayla Marie Sheedick. Matter comes on for actually a pretrial hearing because, Josh Schneider was representing her. She needs new counsel appointed. And then, we can deal with the matter.
Ms. Sheedick, for the record, is your full name Isla Marie Sheedick?
It's Ayla Marie Sheedick.
I apologize for mispronouncing.
Hey, it's okay. Everyone pronounces it differently, so it's okay.
Appointing Mr. Haverco to be your attorney, and Mr. is no longer with us.
Right. So thank you, Aaron. So the matter, comes on for a pretrial hearing. I've had an opportunity to review the police report and, with Ms. Sheedick. She doesn't have any, criminal, prior convictions of any kind. So the city agrees to enter into a stipulated order of, continuance. The underlying issue, in the case, actually has to do with controlled substances is the underlying issue. And we talked about that and how that would be probably a really good idea if she got some help in that area.
If I can also say something, that while I've been in here, I got put on Subutex. So, and I got already a prescription waiting for me in Walgreens on the west side. So hopefully I'll stay off the drugs with that.
If you will, we'll deal with that in a minute. I'm
Yeah.
still listening to Mr. Haverco.
So, anyway, so we're proposing a stipulated order of continuance. Normally, the city would want, a financial obligation as part of the agreement. City's willing to waive that in light of her lack of record, just to give her an opportunity. She's a young person. And, it'd be nice if she had an opportunity to not have a theft conviction on her record. We talk about the fact that, that can really, if she gets cleaned up and starts looking for employment, a theft conviction is a pretty bad thing to have on your record. So she'd like an opportunity to avoid a criminal conviction for theft. And so it's an agreed recommendation. Would ask the court to accept it and the court to inquire. Thank you.
Mr. Bradfield, the city have anything to add? Ms. Sheedick, anything you'd like to tell me? Anything else?
Not at the moment, no.
Ma'am, I realize that, I think this is a great agreement. I'll follow it, of course.
Yeah.
12-month SOC. All that means is we're holding the matter for a period of 12 months. And at the end of 12 months, if you comply with the conditions, which are simply stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble and appear for court if scheduled. If you do that over the next 12 months, the charge will be dismissed. You don't have much by way of record at all. But and I'm convinced, based on the record here and the 6 times you failed to show up for court, that substances are very likely a problem that needs to be dealt with. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. That's a hard road to follow, but I'm afraid unless you follow through with getting treatment, that you're just going to be back in front of me or some other judge.
I hope not.
Violate the agreement. In return for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. We'll simply have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in almost certainly a conviction for a gross misdemeanor which carries up to 1 day short of a year in jail. You don't want to go there. I hope you can handle on the issues you have. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Again, let me remind, I don't like to hold people in jail on what is actually not that serious of a charge. But after failing to show up 6 times, I felt I really didn't have any choice but to
I understand that. And I'm glad you did, because who knows what would have happened on the out.
The respite will give you a little detox time, etc.
Yeah, I feel a lot better.
Now you've got a good start on it. You've got a good start on it. You're going to be tempted. You're going to be tempted to jump back in one last time, but don't do it. please, please. You take care of yourself, and I'm sure you're gonna be released, once the jail gets, a copy of today's, order, which, mandates your release on this, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, ma'am. Take care of yourself.
You too.
I will. I will try.
Bye.
All right, good luck.
Well, nobody, okay, well, we have attorneys on the line that are ready to go. Yeah, well, I thought we took care of Mr. Lynch. Yeah. Well, go ahead and bring up Mr. Rusk. Mr. Rusk, good morning. You are muted.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you this morning?
So far, so good. Your matter, you're here on behalf of Leandra Lynch. Matters
I am,
already.
Your Honor.
Co-counsel stood in for you and got the matter reset as requested.
Yes. Miss Lynch is actually supposed to be providing me with a couple of receipts out of her Walmart account that I'd like to get over to the prosecution. Hopefully, we can resolve this at the next hearing. One thing I wanted to inquire about with the court is whether or not resolutions are in person or if she's able to appear by Zoom. She typically would have to take the entire day off to appear in person.
As long as we have a good address on file, that's fine. She may, as long as you're representing her, she may appear by Zoom.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. And we'll make sure if we're able to come to a resolution by the next hearing, we'll certainly make sure to file paperwork signed in advance to make it easy for everybody.
We'll swim that river when we get to it. But hopefully you'll be able to do that. If not, we'll address it at that time.
Understood. Otherwise, we're just seeking a continuance, approximately 30 days. I did speak with Ms. Lynch yesterday. She authorized the continuance and for me to appear on her behalf with speedy trial waiver from the next court date.
And we've reset it to June 5th at 9 a.m.
June 5th. Perfect. Note of that. And I'll look forward to seeing you again then, Your Honor.
Mr. Rush, we'll see you then. You take care of yourself.
You as well. Thank you.
Parties have any matters to put on the record, we can address them at this time. Morning.
Davidson Moreno, that is case number 4A070674.
Call that matter now. Good morning, ma'am. Full name, Lisa Love Davidson Marino. Wait, I'll address you, let your attorney address where we are in the matter.
And Your Honor, the parties have reached a resolution in this case. Uploaded to O Courts is a 2-year stipulated order of continuance, which the parties would like to enter. First of all, I'm appearing on behalf of Attorney of Record, Mr. TJ Murphy, who is just here going over the terms of the stipulated order of continuance with Ms. Davidson Moreno. She is aware of what constitutional rights she is giving up by entering this agreement, namely the right to question witnesses, the right to have witnesses testify on her behalf. She understands that if the city were to file a revocation, that Your Honor would consider the police report and only the police report in order to determine if she is guilty at that revocation hearing. She is also willing to agree to the terms of the stipulated order of continuance, a $250 fine, the filing of the alcohol drug evaluation, which she has completed.
Wonderful.
And she currently has an alcohol drug information school and victim impact panel scheduled for this Saturday, which we will have filed with the court as quickly as possible.
Ms. Davis and Marino, do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
I do not disagree.
That was, it's a SOC, it's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which 24 months from now, the charge can be amended, reduced to a much less serious charge of reckless driving. Still as serious, but not anywhere near as serious as a DUI conviction. You're agreeing to stay out of trouble, basically, and I saw that I think the most important condition to me was the drug and alcohol evaluation, compliance with any treatment. We want to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and that's a good way of helping address that issue. Now, if we that and $250 fine or two of the conditions, most importantly, there's a number of other items checked, and they're pretty much all summed up in no criminal law violations. Stay out of trouble. Now, in return for the agreement, as your attorney indicated, if there's a violation and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports. And, you know, that would almost certainly result in a conviction to a DUI. And that conviction is, I've said many times, much worse in terms of impact on your life than a lot of felony convictions. So you're been put in a good position here, but it's up to you to follow through with it and make sure you're in compliance. Any questions? Wonderful. Wow. That I've said a couple of times already today that one good thing about AA I keep hearing from people is that you learn there's a lot of people that have it a lot worse in life than you do. That's it's always good to see somebody take a hold of the situation and do what they need to do to address it. That's great. Is this something we can keep on file?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I'm signing off on the SOC. All I can do is wish you the best of luck, and I'm sure, as your attorney told you, that any reoffense would not go well. Signed off on the agreement. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to the left, get a copy of it, and when you have a chance, look it over carefully, read it over, and if you have any questions, give your attorney a call. Okay. Good luck to you, man. Take care. And thank you. Spot up.
All right, Your Honor. And the other matter I have today is Mr. Jason Turner, case numbers 3A01-88278, 277, and 279. Your Honor, as you may recall, the last time I was present in court approximately 2 weeks ago, he had his DUI case set in the morning and his DWLS second case set for arraignment in the afternoon. He did appear for the arraignment for the DWLS in the second degree. I have tried to get a hold of Mr. Turner a number of ways, and Mr. Turner has not been in contact with my law firm, therefore not represent pursuant to 3.4 that I had conference with him. At this point in time, Your Honor, defense is seeking to withdraw from this case due to irrevocable breakdown in communications. And my firm has the documentation ready to go. We just didn't have it ready before the hearing.
That's right. Motion to withdraw is granted at this time if you want to follow any paperwork. Sorry to hear this. I'm sure the city is moving for a warrant in this matter. Warrant will issue on the DUI, 5,000 cash or bond, and we'll just track the rest of the cases. it's never a good indication when, we get to this turn of events. We'll hope all of it is well with Mr. Turner.
Understood, Your Honor. We'll try our best.
That's good. Hey, take care. Stu and Inga, always good to see you. Morning, Mr. Van Vechten. Address your matters at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chris Van Becken here for Vince Canyon. At this point, we have reached the resolution of the Yelm.
I always want to say for the record, I'm familiar with the Mr. Kenyon from Tribal Court, another court. As long as it's an agreed resolution of the matter, I'm willing to hear it. Unless there's objection, I'll gladly step down. Any contested matters, I will have to step down. Willing to proceed under those conditions.
Yes, sir. Unless you
For
have
the-
any subsequent objection.
For the record, full name Vince Edward Kenyon. Mr. Kenyon, I'm looking at an amended charge of negligent one. Your plea of guilty to that. Plea form tells me you're 27 years of age, been through the 12th grade. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form? Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney? And if you had any question about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal charge, was your question answered?
Guilty.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. With that in mind, as to one count of negligent driving to the first degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 25th, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, yeah.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. As far as sentencing is concerned, does the city have anything to add to Mr. Van Vechten?
Your
recommended
Honor,
sentence?
my client was at this time having trouble with romantic relationships. It's currently on DOC supervision for one of the lapses.
Just a little bit, I was looking at a different section here, but I understand this is an Alford plea, which
Thoughts?
well, I noticed there's two different guilty pleas in the, this might be the right one. I was looking at the earlier one. It was. Mr. Canyon, anything you'd like to tell me? It's
I'm been taking the steps to better myself. I'm working.
your attorney referenced, disasters and personal relationships. They can lead to, events like this, that very easily, I can understand that. I'm gonna follow the recommendation, and yes, all jail time suspended, recommended fine, if any,
$250 was the recommendation.
$250 fine, you can pay that over time. The most important part is compliance with any, treatment. That's part of the sentence here. Drug and alcohol evaluation, and compliance with any follow-up treatment. Want to make sure that, you don't put yourself in a position of having to come back in front of a judge in the future. Yeah, that's always remember that it's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get up and learn from the experience. And sometimes we have to learn more than once from an experience. So.
27.
Before you know it, you'll be in your upper 70s like I am, and wonder where the world the years flew to. So, but no, you're young enough to where you're just starting out. You've got a lot of life in front of you. That's it. I just want it to be a good one. Catching up on the paperwork here. I think the old days, being a dinosaur, I preferred to sign things. This seems to take just a little bit longer. Signing the judgment and sentence in open court. That leaves us, also there is reference on the calendar, the failure to renew expired registration, the infraction. Is there an agreement on what to do with that? Typically, that's dismissed as part of the overall. Dismissed. Always a good idea to renew the registration.
I have.
That's any pretrial conditions set by me or evaporated. Those. Mr. Kenyon, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and good luck. It sounds like you're in a good place at the time, and relationships, they come and they go. That's as we march through life. Things don't always turn out the way we wanted them to or think that they were going to, and but we have to look forward and learn if we can. Good luck to you. You take care. Yes. I was going to bring that up.
Mr. DeFord has yesterday.
City has no objection. I'll City have any objection to City? Any idea how long he's going to be in treatment?
That was a problem. Tried to get.
Let's reset the matter to
April 24th.
let's go out to April 24th and Donnie, if we could calendar that for the 9 o'clock. Let's calendar all that for the 9 o'clock, and we'll wish him the best of luck. I'll make a docket note of that. We'll recite that on the record. Leave a pic.
You receive a.
Today's? Oh, yes. That's, I've got myself ahead of myself. go to the window outside the courtroom to the left, and you can each get a copy of today's paperwork. Mr. Kenyon, good luck to you. Look over the paperwork, and if you have any question at all, give Mr. Van Victen a telephone call, okay? You take care of yourself. Morning, Mr. DeBrell. I see you're now you're unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. We can address your matters at this time.
Okay, great. I just have one on the calendar today. That's Mr. Tomas Rivera.
I'm looking in Oak Courts. I see there is a motion to reset the matter to March 27th.
Yes, Your Honor. Just a couple of weeks. I just want to let the court know that he's getting relicensed. He just has a reinstatement fee to pay. He's going to pay that today. So I think we should be ready to possibly resolve this thing in a couple of weeks.
I hope so. Yeah, reinstatement, that's all we really want here. Reset the matter to March 27th. We'll be sending Mr. Rivera a copy of today's order, and yourself as well, of course.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Take care. We'll readdress the matter on the 27th of March.
Sounds good.
Mr. Ross, we'll take your matter now. You're on behalf of Chiana Squally.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Nice to see you, Judge. Jossie Ross on behalf of Miss Shanana Squally, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you recall, we've been on, it's an old case. We've been on a compromise of misdemeanors, and for a very long time, Miss Squally has affirmatively, and I can represent, that she had been reaching out to the injured party in this case. I have not, however, Your Honor, I cannot represent that I have 3.4 authority right now. I haven't had recent contact. I had looked at her record. She has no new law violations. I usually have good contact with her, Your Honor. And so I would ask for a short set over that I can continue to try to get in contact with her so she can give us, including me, an update, Your Honor.
Note the non-appearance for a speedy trial purpose. Did you have any objection to resetting the matter to the 27th? Excuse me, yeah, the 27th.
Your Honor, is there a date after? The reason why is I have a trial setting on the starting on the 27th.
How about April 10th?
Perfect.
April 10th it is. Send notice to yourself and Ms. Squally, and hopefully you'll be able to reestablish contact.
Yes, Your Honor. And usually, just for the record, I usually have really good contact with her. This is sort of an anomaly, and that's the reason why I'm asking the court for the benefit of the doubt.
We'll simply note the non-appearance for a speedy trial.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Mr. Ross, you take care. Have a good day.
Have a wonderful day.
I don't know. Morning, Mr. Peterson. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we can address your matter at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm here on the stockroom matter, and he's present in the courtroom.
Mr. Stockram? Yes, Mr. If you come up and sit at the council table, we'll address your matter at this time. Matter set for a pretrial. I'll defer to your attorney for the status of the case.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the first pretrial, Your Honor. Mr. Stockram has his evaluation set for next Tuesday. I'd like an opportunity to receive a copy of that assessment review my client's options with them and then reach out to the city for negotiation. So we are asking for continuance. I explained the motion to continue and waiver of speedy trial with my client yesterday when we spoke. I did prepare that order in O courts. We're asking for a continuance to the April 24th date.
Don't have anything in O courts yet. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. That's my mistake. Resetting the matter to April 24th. Mr. Stockram, resetting the matter till then. Stay in touch with your attorney. Any pretrial conditions earlier set remain in effect. And we'll see you back here on the 24th. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Take care and be well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good seeing you.
Peterson, likewise, take care. Back to the 15 calendar. I think we just had one non-appearance. Daylight savings time is please one way or the other, just like one. We have one no-show from the 8:15, Kim Merkel. Ordered. Again, for the record, is Kim Markle in the courtroom, did not appear. Well, the warrant quash, up to 9:45. Just the 9:45 is Tim Higgins in the courtroom. Tim Higgins does not answer. Well, bring up Mr. King.
Hello, Your Honor.
Jacoby King.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We don't have.
Right.
Mr. King, what we don't have the public defender in the courtroom.
Okay.
For the record, is your name Jacoby Garrett?
Yes, indeed. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
while we're, Mr. Haverko, good morning. On Zoom, we have Jacoby King. He's docket number 4 on the 9:45 calendar. He's here to quash a warrant. Mr. Dysart had represented him. That was quite some time ago. This is a case that goes back to 2017.
Wow.
I'm
Quite some time ago, yeah.
you to represent him. He has not been arraigned yet. Mr. King, he was cited for theft in the 3rd degree on May 5th, 2017. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverko is in the courtroom. I'm appointing him to represent you in this matter.
Okay.
He's going to enter a plea to the charge on your behalf at this time.
Okay.
Stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights, Mr. King. 2017, so that's a ways back down memory lane. What brings you?
I'm working on trying to take care of everything I need to take care of, trying to get on the right track. And I remember specifically, I thought this case was taken care of because I was scheduled to do a class before, and I had taken that class, and I thought that was that had settled it. But I came to notice that I still had a warrant out of here, and I just wanted to make sure I get it cleared up and do the right thing and stay on the right track and get this taken care of in any way I can.
Are you able to appear in person, or I don't know if you're in the area anymore?
I am all the way over in Oregon, Oregon. I can't currently drive. I can't necessarily appear in person right now.
Then we'll do Zoom.
Okay.
Do we have any contact information, any kind of phone number for him?
What we're going to need is contact information.
Okay.
Could you message up?
Would you like me to provide that right now, or?
We're looking, seeing what we do have.
Okay.
It looks like we do have a current address and phone number. We'll make sure Mr. Haverko has that.
Okay.
His contact information will be in today's order.
Okay, great.
And the Zoom sign-on information should be there as well. Stay in touch with your attorney, and good to get a 2017 case addressed at this time. Mr. King, thank you for appearing. Warrant is quashed. You take care of yourself, and we'll talk about the matter. Mr. Haverko, about how far out would you like to go with this?
It's set it in the ordinary course.
April. Mr. King, we're resetting the matter to April 24th. We'll be mailing you a copy of today's order. Again, stay in touch with your attorney, okay? Any questions at all?
None. Thank you, Your Honor. I really appreciate it.
Mr. King, thank you for appearing. We appreciate that. Order is now electronically signed. Mr. King, you can sign off. We'll be sending you a copy.
Awesome. Thank you, Your Honor. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Georgia Lentz, lights in the courtroom. Georgia Lights. How about Michelle Nuon? N-U-O-N. Come on up, have a seat at the council table if you would. Is your full name Michelle Antoinette Nuon? How do you pronounce your? Ms. Nuon, you were cited by a Yelm police officer for the offense of theft in the 3rd degree on January 25th of this year, 2025. Theft in the 3rd degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we will set at this time. Now, after this hearing, I want you to go to the window outside the courtroom, get a copy of today's hearing. It'll have Mr. Haverko's contact information on there. You make sure that he has yours. Mr. Juan?
Phone number? I think we've signed everything and I have her phone number, so I think we're done with that.
Hold on a minute. I need to sign everything and we need a reach. Yeah. Pretrial is set for April 24th. That will be on the order that you'll get a copy of at the window. I am signing the order on arraignment at this time. Ms. Dawn, any questions? We'll see you back here on April 24th. Good luck to you. And thank you for appearing. Warrant is quashed. Christina Russell. Does not answer. How about Arthur Saxton? Mr. Saxton, come on up. Come on up if you wouldn't have a seat. Full name Arthur Eugene Saxton. Mr. Saxton, you're here for a first appearance. Citation alleges that on or about July 9th, 2019, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Saxon, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set at this time. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, stay in contact with your attorney, and appear back here on April 24th. 2019, that goes back a little bit. I'm glad to see you're here addressing the matter. Always good. These things, they don't go away. They just follow you around. So Mr. Higgins has just appeared on Zoom.
Okay.
Jackson, that concludes the matter. get a copy of today's order at the window, and thank you for appearing. We'll see you back here April 24th. Good luck to you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Higgins, you're present, but you're muted. Which, if you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time. Good morning. Is your full name Timothy Allen Higgins?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you're here in a connection with three different matters. One is on for arraignment. That matter we'll address first. It's alleged that on December 23rd, 2024, you committed the offense of knowing possession of a controlled substance. That charge is a gross misdemeanor with a maximum penalty of 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Haverco represents you on your other matters. I'll appoint him to represent you on your new case as well. Mr. Haverco will plead on behalf of Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate probable cause that support to enter a not guilty plea. And also I need, I don't have any contact information for Mr. Higgins, so I need some kind of a phone number or something.
Mr. Higgins, you're going to need to give us contact information. I don't know if we have that or not. We do not.
Okay.
Message
That's fine.
in the telephone number and an address that we can give to Mr. Haverco. Can you do that?
Absolutely.
You're also set for a sentence compliant hearing. The issue there was treatment. Are you doing anything by way of treatment right now?
No, I haven't been able to right now. I am gonna get back with Northwest Resources though.
Also, you're set for a pretrial and a theft third charge. We'll quash your warrants. We'll reset the matters to April 24th at 10 o'clock. Are you going to be able to be here in person?
Hopefully.
Pardon?
Hopefully I will be, yes, sir. I should be able to make it the 24th.
Hey, we'll see you then. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Address these matters, okay? All three
Absolutely.
of them are April 24th, 10 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, make sure, have you messaged contact info?
How do I get a hold of Mr. Haverco with that?
I will give you a call.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself, and we'll readdress your matters on April 24th.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
And last call, Georgia Lights is here. Good morning, ma'am. Full name Georgia Roselle Lights. It's Leitz. I apologize, Miss Leitz. You're here for arraignment on, it looks like, two matters. Citation was issued to you on November 3rd of 2022 for criminal trespass in the first degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You're also cited on November 4th, 2022 for criminal trespass second degree. That's a simple misdemeanor with a maximum penalty on conviction of 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Glad to see you here today, and I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in these matters. He'll enter pleas on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, in both matters. Ask the court to enter not guilty pleas.
Please, pretrial April 24th, 11 o'clock in the morning. Leitz, I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window. Make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact information. His contact information will be on the order. Please, that concludes the matter. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and of course, law-abiding behavior is a condition of release. Good to have you show up. Cases do have a little age on them. It's a good thing they're being addressed at this time. Warrants are quashed. Thank you for appearing.
And just give me one moment. Grab some.
And Christina Russell did not answer field booked apparently. Does that kill the warrant? We need to reissue? Reissue warrant. Jason Turner? Mr. Turner, you better come up and have a seat. Your attorney was here earlier and had not been able to establish any contact with you and withdrew from the case, withdrew from your cases. Warrant was issued for your arrest. I suggest you address that. Your case is now in warrant status. They have not been able to get a hold of you. That concludes today's hearing. You're in warrant status. Good idea to take care of that. Have a nice day.
Let's see, Nathan Michaelis on the 10 o'clock.
And good morning.
Sign. We have placed a motion for continuance into O courts. Working on an evaluation situation and and so I think we're getting there. Mr. Michaelis thought I would have received an email within the last day or so from a treatment provider. I haven't seen one yet, so he's going to follow up on that. So, okay.
Okay, this at the request of your attorney, we'll reset the matter. How far out would you like to go? 24th of April?
Ordinary courts, you know, it's not.
Any conditions of release?
Apparently his evaluation is scheduled for the 24th of this month. As for this.
We'll go to 24th of next month.
Okay.
if that works.
Yeah.
Resetting the matter to April 24th, 11 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Stay in touch with your attorney. All conditions earlier set remain in effect. Mr. McCallis, and get a copy of the today's order at the window outside the courtroom and over to your left. Okay. Take care. See you back here in April. Mr. Mold, good morning. Still getting used to daylight savings time. It's always a job.
I'm preparing a plea form. I realize that the interpreter's here, but I'm preparing a plea form on Lipscomb if the court wants to deal with that.
I'm going to defer to the parties for
Okay.
the order of the cases.
I mean, it shouldn't take long. Mr. Lipscomb, why don't you come on up?
Lipscomb, good morning. How are you?
Not yet. And are you working all right now? You're in drug court. You are working? Can you afford to pay $25 a month? Okay. All right. Oh, that's no big deal. I just have to figure out if you're, indigent or what's going on. And you're in drug court currently? Okay. Go ahead and sign it. So I've just, put a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with regard to Mr. Lipscomb into O courts. His intention is on. So his intention is on entering a straight plea to ignition interlock device. City would then move to dismiss the suspended third. No new criminal law violations next 12 months, $250 court fee. He does advise he is still is in drug court, and trying to solve his license issue, hasn't gotten there yet, but would like to just kind of take care of the case today to not have to come back.
That's good to hear. For the record, full name David James Lipscomb. Mr. Lipscomb, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of operated motor vehicle without ignition interlock, referenced as a dismissal of a DWLS driver license suspended revoked third degree charge. Plea form tells me you're 43 years of age. Any issues at all going over the plea form with Mr. Haverco? If you had any questions about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to a criminal offense, was any question you had answered? If I accept the plea, you're giving up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, as to one count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock occurred within the city of Yelm on August 15th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Heard the recommendation of the your attorney.
Yeah, see, and this is an old offense. city's not recommending jail time at this point, just suspended time and, law-abiding behavior, and hopefully he'll be able to work out his licensing issues and, get relicensed at some point. He is working, so, you know, he has some income, so.
City, have anything to add? Mr. Lipscomb, anything you'd like me to know? You don't have to tell me anything, but, I'm glad to hear you're in drug court. How's that going? Going great. You know, you look a lot healthier and a lot happier, a lot more contented and at peace than I've seen you before. So I'm glad to hear that that's going well. Department of Licensing, these are hoops you got to jump through. It's just a matter of picking up the wreckage and getting beyond it and getting it behind you. That's going to follow the recommendation. All jail time, 364, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, $250 fine, probation monitoring fee is what it is. If there's any issue making the fine payments, let us know. That's not really important to me. The most important thing to me is stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble and stick with the drug court. That's a good program, and I sounds like you get that dealt with. You're not going to have any issues to worry about or have to address in front of any judge in the future. Mr. Lipscomb, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. I'm signing the order. What I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of today's paperwork, look it over carefully, and give Mr. Aberco a call if you have any questions.
Right, good luck.
Again, good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Yeah.
Is there a Tomas Kolatzen Apolinar? This one? This one. Kolatzen. Yeah, Kolatzen. Yeah. Oh, this be amazing.
Mr. Bold, good morning. Again, for the record, Leroy Bold, certified court interpreter. You solemnly swear affirm that you will accurately translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish all that is said here. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Full name Tomas Kolatzen Apolinar. Apolinar? I may have mispronounced that. If I do, I apologize. Citation alleges that on February 10th, 2025, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree. The city may have a motion.
City moves to amend the charge.
NVOL 2nd degree. It's a new charge. That's not a criminal offense. If you admit that you didn't have a license that was valid when you were cited, I'll impose a $150 fine, and that'll close the matter. Any questions about what I just said? Do you admit that you didn't have a valid license when you were cited on February 10th? I'll impose a $150 fine, which you can pay at $25 a month. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I don't know why it's suspended, probably because of unpaid tickets. You should go to the Department of Licensing and find out why. and do what you need to do to get your license back.
For a pending DUI
Oh, boy.
in,
Oh, boy.
from last July in Mason District Court. Assume it's that, there's nothing about that.
That's- What I want you to do is go to the window and get a copy of today's order. Look it over. Mr. Mold can help you understand. Any questions of me? Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Mold also has a couple of other matters on the.
You need to be out there, well, actually, Sonia.
Sonia will be able to.
Got it. Right. Let's see, so. The next one would be, if he's here, Jose Antonio. We're gonna have to reset the matter. I haven't had any contact with this defendant. I did call on the 8th and didn't get any kind of return response. So, and I don't know that we really have time. If we had time, I could sit here and talk with them off the record, but I don't know that we do. I'm not sure.
I think we better reset.
Yeah. So is there a general time frame you're available for a call using the interpreter? Donnie, does he need to sign? What?
I'm having the same. I get this server error.
Oh, now I'm getting a server error.
That's what I'm getting.
Oh, jeez.
Sir, it's very important. You have to stay in touch with your attorney.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, getting a server error. Oh. Huh.
That's Oakwards.
Did I just close the window and re-log in?
We're still struggling. Back on record, to address the remainder of the calendar in the, best way we can.
So this is, Mr. Jose Antonio Irapan Barrera. Matter, comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a DUI charge and asking to reset the matter. Need to have some contact with him and
How far out would you like to go?
in the ordinary course.
April 24th? Sheriff Barrera, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Be back here on April 24th, 10 a.m.
So. And then does he just take the paper to Sonia? Okay, yeah, so. Yeah, so go up to the window.
Which is music.
When the clerk will make the copy. Yeah, he just needs to go see Sonia.
Donnie, who do we? Who's, who does she represent? What? Oh, we don't know yet. It's just appearing now.
Are we on to the next case?
An attorney has
yeah,
appeared on
let's
Zoom
take the next
apparently for
Hispanic.
somebody, we don't know who.
Yeah, let's take the next Hispanic. So the next Hispanic case that was Portales Parade here. I don't remember. Was he here?
Jose Luis Portal.
Am I getting mixed up?
Absolutely.
Okay. No, that's the one with the ice issue. Never mind. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. And then. And then, yeah, Ramirez Polito, yeah. So the next matter is Arnold David Ramirez Polito. Item number 11 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Matter comes before the court on a pretrial hearing for suspended driving third degree and interlock violation. We still need to discuss the matter. And we are asking to reset in the ordinary course.
We should probably go to the same,
Yes.
date and time.
Yes.
24th at 10.
Sign next to the S. And then the next matter would be Roblero, or Isaias Rodriguez Roblero.
Morning, sir. Your name is Isaias Rodriguez Robero. I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
And matter comes on for an arraignment on the charge of suspended driving third degree. I'm assuming the city probably is gonna make motion.
I take the city's nod as the motion having been made. The charge is now a civil infraction. No jail time. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license when you were stopped on February 28th, it will be a $150 fine. And that ends the case. You admit? I'll impose a $150 fine. Do you know what you need to do to get your license back? Okay, I'd make that a project.
Does he then take the paper to Sonia? That's it.
Get a copy. Thank you for appearing, sir.
Good to see you.
Hey, Lou, thank you. Mr. Mold, thank you as well.
Amanda? Oh. Okay. Okay.
Ms. Morgan, we'll take your matter now. Who are you appearing on behalf of?
I don't know, just myself.
Your Honor, I guess this is Tana Morgan. She's appearing by way of Zoom. I haven't actually had any contact with her.
Could I give you my phone number? I'm in a rehab right now.
I realize that. Are you able to take a phone call of any kind in the treatment facility?
Yes,
Okay.
I can give you my cell phone number. I have my cell phone.
Is there any way, can you, if you're on Zoom, can you type into the chat?
I'll try.
Well,
That's right. It's we're.
Yeah, I can chat.
Could you give us your phone number?
Right now? Or in the chat?
Yeah, so what you'll need to do right now, the electronics are not working, the chat box to send your number is not working.
Oh.
After we're done with today's hearing, we're gonna reset it to another date, and if you could, after you get off the line, call Yelm Municipal Court and then leave your number with them.
Okay.
Then they will then give me your number, so I have a way of calling you and we can talk about your case.
Do we have?
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. So, we're asking to reset the matter, in the ordinary course.
Ms. Morgan, we're going to reset the matter, give you a chance to talk to your attorney about the case, probably April. What we're gonna have to do is, because the electronics are down, we can't give you an exact time and date now. We're gonna have to mail that to you.
Okay, so call the courthouse.
Pardon?
So call the courthouse to find out my date?
call us and let us know, give us your contact information, a phone number that, my staff, my clerk can give to, Mr. Haverko, so he can be in touch with you.
Okay,
Thank you for appearing. That concludes the hearing. We'll talk to you, on your next court date.
thank you.
Morgan, thank you.
Cool.
Amanda? We're having to do everything manually. It's the same deal as before. It's we have to do hard paper today. Just the computer system. Sign just next to this box.
Good afternoon, ma'am. For the record, is your full name Amanda Ray Florence Fronczak? Good afternoon. The matter set for a pretrial. I'm going to ask your attorney for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. So she's got a couple matters before the court this morning, both on pretrial. One case ending in 980. It has 3 charges, and then one ending in 052 with 1 charge of criminal trespass. Parties have reached an agreement. She's going to enter a straight plea to count in the 980 case. She's going to enter a straight plea to the use, deliver drug paraphernalia count. The other 2 charges are to be dismissed. She's also going to enter a straight plea on the 052 case to the single count of criminal trespass second. So it's a plea to the paraphernalia, plea to the criminal trespass second, dismiss the controlled substance possession, dismiss the loitering drug-related activity. And the city would be asking for, they normally ask for a $250 court fee on one case. They're going to ask for a $125 court fee on each case for a total of $250. And we're gonna, you know, I'm gonna argue to the court to not impose any financial obligations. She admitted she's on, she disclosed to me she's on Social Security disability, receives about $900 a month. So I would ask the court to find that she's indigent and not impose any costs.
Mr. Fronczak, do you disagree with anything Mr. Haverko just said? I'm looking at the statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of use, delivery of drug paraphernalia, and 1 count of criminal trespass, second degree. Each charge is a misdemeanor, the maximum penalty, which I'd be free to impose if I accept the pleas, 90 days and $1,000 per charge. You realize that? If I accept the plea, there's a number of rights here contained in paragraph 5. You give those up. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, how do you plead? Do you have any questions of me? Have you gone over the process with Mr. Haverko and you feel you understand what you're getting into by entering pleas of guilty to criminal offenses? As to 1 count of use/delivery of drug paraphernalia, alleged to have been committed on December 5th, 2024, and 1 count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have been committed on January 20th, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make those pleas of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make it? Find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement does satisfy the factual elements of the offenses. For the recommendation as to sentence, Mr. Hatfield, anything to add? Mr. Fronczak, you have a chance to tell me anything you wish. If you have anything you want me to know, now's the time. Mr. Haverko, anything further? Oh, well, we all make mistakes. The point is to learn from them and move on. I'm going to follow the recommendation in part 90 days on each charge, all suspended on the condition you simply have law-abiding behavior. given your financial situation, I'm not gonna impose any fine, at all. What I want you to do is concentrate on staying out of, trouble. And given the nature of the charges, save your life. Save your life. Yeah, deal with the drug situation if there is a situation to be dealt with there. I'm not ordering anything, but I'd like to see you live a healthy life. Looks like I've signed the judgment and sentence. Now, what you're gonna want to do.
And then take that paper and go see Sonia the clerk.
Yeah, make sure you go, I want you to make sure you leave with a copy of it, but leave a copy here. That's important. Ms. Franzak, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience.
Next matter would be William Collins on the 11 o'clock.
And for the record with Ms. Franzak, the controlled substance and loitering charges are dismissed.
We just happen to do everything with hard paper today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you need to just sign right here by the.
Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name William James Collins III? Matter set for a pretrial. I'll have your attorney recite where we are.
Well, it's gonna do a straight plea to the charge, Your Honor, and standard recommendation. All suspended jail time, $250 court fee, all time suspended for the next 12 months, so long as he doesn't commit any new criminal law violations. It's an old case, so just taking care of it.
Mr. Collins, I've been handed a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of theft in the third degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I saw fit to do so. You realize that? Yeah. Also, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. You feel you've gone over the plea form with your attorney and you understand what you're doing here? With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 29th, 2016, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? Make that plea of your own free will.
I do, Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement does satisfy the factual elements. Is there anything you'd like to tell me about the matter before I impose sentence?
No.
Hopefully, I want to thank you for your patience in appearing, but I hope this has been a learning experience. I am going to follow the recommendation, 364, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. There's a recommended fine, 250.
Yes.
I'll impose that as well. You can pay that over time. Mr. Collins, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We either learn from our mistakes or we're kind of condemned to repeat them. I'm hoping this has been a learning experience. I'm hoping. Mr. Collins, good luck to you. I want to thank you for your patience. I'm citing in open court a judgment and sentence.
Just wait
This
one second.
13th day. Hold on.
Got a little bit of paperwork.
This is the judgment and sentence. what I want you to do is take this to, come on up. Come on up. What I want you to do is take that to the clerk that's in the court, in the clerk's office, outside and to the left. Have a copy of it made. I want you to have a copy of it, and I want us to have a copy of it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you. Brandon Guerrero.
Guerrero, I guess the first thing we need a good address. Could we get a good mailing address for you, sir? Yeah, yeah. That happens. Yeah, that happens.
I don't remember how either you can graduate high school.
And for the record, your name is Brandon Joseph Guerrero. Thank you. Matter set for a pretrial, and Mr. Haverco will address the current status of the matter.
Sorry. Going to enter a straight plea to the, oh, let me just recite here. Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on an ignition interlock device violation, to which he's going to enter a straight plea to the charge as part of the agreement. City is just going to dismiss the entire mitigation matter, item number 6.
So ordered, they are dismissed. Mr. Guerrero, I've been handed a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. Plea form tells me you're 43 years of age, you've been to the 12th grade plus. Any issues at all reading, understanding the plea form? The listed offense is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended if I saw fit to do so. You realize that? And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. With that in mind, as to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 23rd, 2025. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I'm going to find your plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommended sentence is suspended jail time and a $250 fine, Ms. Raverco.
I made a note to myself to argue the fine. I don't believe, it's been some time since you've worked. Right. It's currently unemployed. When's the last time you worked?
364 days jail, all suspended on the condition you stay out of trouble. I'll impose a $250 fine. You can pay that at $25 a month. But if making,
Yeah, I would ask the court to consider waiving the financial obligations.
in that case, I will. In that case, I will.
Yeah.
Ignition interlock isn't free. That's, I realize that. And that's a hoop you have to jump through. So that's like, I'd rather have you get your license reinstated, once you fulfill the, interlock, obligation. Travico, if you could help me out with the. Mr. Guerrero, it's important that we have a copy of that, the original, and you have a copy of that. Mr. Guerrero, thank you for your patience. Good luck to you, sir.
We want to deal with this.
We probably just want to reset, I would imagine. We don't have an NOA from them, so.
Oh,
We're now going to address, docket number 9, Yelm versus Christopher Sandstedt. Ms. Ganem, I see that you're present. We don't have an NOA from you, but I understand you're hearing on behalf of Mr. Sandstedt.
That's correct, Your Honor. Attorney Kelsey Ault is the attorney of record. We were just retained, so we are doing or requesting a 3-4 continuance, Your Honor.
Okay, are you in touch with Mr. Sandstedt? We don't have.
Yes. Yes, and he's given us authorization to waive speedy to accommodate our request.
Could we get a notice of appearance?
Yes, I'll have our office send one over ASAP.
Set for a pretrial today. No doubt you'd like the matter reset. Probably not prepared to address that today.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
We're 24. We don't. What we're going to have to do is mail you and Mr. Sandstedt a notice. The old court system is down, which has really got us in a bind here. We're trying to readapt to a paper. We're not able to reset the matter at a date certain. We'll be sending you a notice as to when the next hearing it'll be. It'll be a Thursday, 9 a.m. And if there's a problem with the reset time-wise, let us know.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
The matter will be reset.
Charles Osborne. Check them out. Same deal. So this is, first of all, Mr. Charles Osborne comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a DUI charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 2-year stipulated order of continuance, the matter to be continued for 2 years on the standard and usual DUI conditions. Court costs, court fee of $990.50. Alcohol evaluation within 90 days, show proof within 30 days of that. Victim impact panel within 120 days. And just the usual stipulations of no new criminal law violations and that type of thing.
For the record, you're Charles Gale Osborne. Mr. Osborne, I've been handed this stipulated order of continuance is the title of it. It's a contract, basically, between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which 24 months from now, the charge can be amended to the much, much less serious charge of negligent driving first degree. You need to abide by the conditions that are in there, and if you do, that's going to happen. If you don't abide by the conditions, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result more likely than not in a conviction for a very serious offense. The principal obligation here is law-abiding behavior. Learn from this. Do the drug and alcohol evaluation as specified in the agreement. The costs are $990.50. That needs to be paid over the 2 years. So better put yourself on the sooner you get it paid off. Don't wait until 23 months from now. I'll sign off on the agreement. What I want you to do is you're going to have to, things have been a little disheveled here today, shall I say. What I want you to do is read your copy over carefully later today, perhaps, and give Mr. Everco a call if you have any questions. Yeah, it's a great agreement, but you have to give up your rights to go to trial to get the agreement. Mr. Osborne, come.
Oh, okay. So this is all. Yeah, so follow me and let's, yeah.
Mr. Osborne, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. No luck with Oakports yet.
To Mr. Bateman, dismissed at the end of 12 months if he stays out of trouble. I don't think he has much in the way of drug related charges. So what they propose.
Kevin Big. For the record, your name is Kevin Porter Bingaman. Mr. Bingaman, I've been handed a stipulated order of continuance. I'm repeating myself a little bit here. You've been in the courtroom and you were pretty attentive. It's an agreement. If you abide by it, charge is dismissed. If you don't abide by it, the city proves you violated the agreement. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, you having given up your rights to go to trial. And that would result more likely than not in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with this. You've certainly had your experiences with the law, but I'm hoping you get a handle on things and life gets better for you. That's how are things going?
A little bit.
Still on the street. So that's good luck with that. Don't give up. Don't give up. That's kind of a tougher, at least the weather's getting better.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was. Mr. Bingham, thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself. And who do we have on Zoom? Tina? Ms. Dawson? Dawson, Tina
Oh,
Dawson, docket number 3.
Yeah, I said Morgan, I was thinking Dawson.
It's, well, the last time we, didn't have courtroom, assistance, we had a sovereign show up, and this time, we better make sure we have somebody here, otherwise things go south on us. And Oak Courts is still. And no updates on Swell. And there, we have a little group of people out there. Are they here for court? They're at 1 o'clock, okay.
Hello, Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Dawson, good afternoon. You're unmuted now. Are you able to hear me? Hey, thank you. How's everything going?
Things are progressing well.
Mr. Haverco is here in the courtroom. Ms. Dawson, I'll turn to him for the status of the matter.
Yeah, matter comes before the court, pretrial hearing on the DUI, and she's making some progress in getting evaluated. You know, she's in Montana physically.
Yes.
And she's trying to coordinate with one of the local treatment providers, and she has made contact, and it's just, you know, the logistics are a little more difficult. So just asking to reset it in the ordinary course, and hopefully we might have an evaluation prior to next hearing.
Ms. Dawson, at the request of yourself and your attorney, we're going to reset the matter. It looks like progress is being made. I'm going to wish you the best of luck there in Montana. We can't give you a date and time right now. We're going to have to mail that to you. The computer court system that we have here is down today. So we're relegated back to sheepskins and paper. I want to thank you for appearing. That concludes the hearing.
Okay.
Do another notice. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and the best of luck in your situation there in Montana.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's it. Shall we address the no-shows?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see.
First one I have is Austin Opplinger, page
Yeah.
9, docket number 9.
Yeah, had a number, the tried calling the number, haven't, my note says not, the number is not accepting messages. So,
Yes.
so I don't know if that's like a prepaid phone, they haven't paid the bill, so there was no way to leave a voicemail message. So I just don't have any information.
1,000 cash or bond warrant will be issued for the Austin Opplinger. Jose Portales Perete, I remember calling for him. He did not respond.
That is the ICE matter. So I think there were from what I recollect, from what the clerk advised, the family called. He apparently was taken into custody by ICE. So I think what they're asking is you know, you can leave the FTA and leave a warrant, but they're just asking if the court would be willing to release the bail. So essentially, so I can kind of appreciate the argument.
If he's been deported, that kind of deprives us of any sort of jurisdiction over the matter. Mr. Hatfield, it's kind of your call. I have my thoughts on it. That what now? My thoughts are is refund the bail to whoever posted it, exonerate the bond. I presume it was a bond, and dismiss without prejudice. That's I'm deferring to, if you would rather do somewhere else. I don't see any point in issuing warrants for somebody who's been deported. And for some reason he does win, they're back, it's without prejudice. So ordered. Next would be,
Next one should be Justin Drake. So it's sort of an interesting case. On the one hand, I haven't had any contact with him. I don't have any information. But this is a case the city and I discussed, and the city had Mr. Drake shown up. The city was gonna move to dismiss count 2. And I looked up his license and he's still suspended, but he's suspended in the second, in the 3rd degree. So, you know, what I contemplated happening was that he showed up, was a dismissal on count 2 and count 1 amended to an infraction. So.
oh boy. What's it? No, we don't have a warrant. We want to back to California. The city was going to dismiss, I suppose, if the city wanted to amend it to an infraction, we could FTA it. I don't know. The city was going to dismiss it. We'll just kind of honor the agreement, noting his presence in another jurisdiction where he's likely to remain. Given the amendment to Noval, 2nd degree, simply note the FTA to the Department of Licensing and call it good. How about Zachary Kanoski?
No contact. Don't have my notes. We're just get his number and reset because the previous time he FTA'd, and I believe when I looked it up in JABS, I think his last court date, he FTA'd, so it's already an FTA case, I believe.
Mr. Godowski has not appeared. 1,000 cash or bond warrant will be issued. And with that, we'll go off record. Go on record for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Before I call you up one at a time, I need to advise you of a couple of things. Most importantly, you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding, including today, the arraignment. Mr. Haverco, our public defender, will represent you today and throughout the course of your case, should you be indigent and want his services. A plea of not guilty is invariably entered at the first appearance. That's not any great statement about the case at all. What that is the way in law, we preserve your rights pending a pretrial. Pretrial is a chance to discuss the case with your attorney and he in turn with the prosecutor. If you can resolve the case by agreement, that is put on the record. If you can't resolve the case by agreement, you do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. At trial, other rights attach, such as appeal, testify, not testify. It's not important that we go into those now, but should you eventually wind up going to trial, that can be addressed then. If you have any question about what you're charged with, what the consequences are, ask either myself or Mr. Haverco. Mr. Ratfield will be representing the city and he will be here shortly. But let's start with Lane Anderson. A number of people are not going to answer. Now, at the end of the docket, what I'll do is go back through the people who did not appear. If there was probable cause to issue the ticket they got, I'll issue a warrant for their, or order the issuance of a warrant for their arrest. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant for your arrest by just showing up today. And as they say, showing up is half the job. Lane Anderson, once again, does not appear. Let's go to Tiffany Anderson. Does not appear as well. How about Walter Barrett? Mr. Barrett, have a seat. Good afternoon. For the record, full name Walter E. Barrett. Is that your full name? Mr. Barrett, you were cited for DWLS 3rd. Now, the city has a standing motion with regard to that charge, and this is going to apply to a number of other people in the courtroom as well. DWLS, driving while license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree, is a criminal offense. If you are convicted, it bears up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 fine. However, the city has moved to amend the criminal charge to a civil infraction. The difference is this: a civil infraction, there can't be any jail time at all. It's simply a fine. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to an infraction, you admit it or deny it. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person on March 3rd when you were cited, I'll impose a $150 fine, which you can pay at the rate of $25 a month, and that concludes the matter. Now, do you have any question about anything I just said? So you're reinstated. That's my and that's and there might be a reinstatement fee due to the state. I don't know, but anyway, you can resolve this case by, if you admit it, it's a $150 fine. It won't have any effect on your license at all, as long as you pay the fine, and that concludes the hearing. Okay, that's what we'll do then. That's yeah, that's as you know, it's pretty easy to lose a license, get it suspended. A little more difficult to get it back. But I am glad to hear, and that's a question I'm going to ask everybody in a similar situation to yourselves: is do you know what to do? And some people don't, to get your license back. What I want you to do is sign off on that. Mr. Haverco is looking at it to make sure everything's in order.
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to do is take that form to the clerk. Copy of it will be made, and you'll get a copy of it. If you have any questions, let us know. If you have trouble making the fine payments, financial circumstances change, again, let us know. You take care of yourself, and thank you for appearing. Is Nathaniel Benton in the courtroom? Nathaniel Benton does not answer. How about Matthew Joseph Bonema? How about Christopher Butler? Good afternoon, sir. Full name Christopher James Butler. Mr. Butler, you're in the same situation as the previous case that was heard. You were cited with DWS, driving a license suspended or revoked third degree, the criminal offense. And the city, I believe, does have a motion and nods that it does. It's amending the charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license, second degree. Once again, if you admit that, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny? It's a $150 fine, Mr. Butler. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I'd make that a project in life. We live in a world where you pretty much gotta be able to drive. So, order is being prepared to that effect. And again, I'll tell you the same thing. If you have any problem making the fine payments, let us know. We can deal with that. Don't let it make your situation worse. Mr. Haverco will indicate where to sign and steer you in the right direction.
And then take this piece of paper, the whole thing, take a look.
Is Adam Cass in the courtroom? Adam Cass, C-A-S-S. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Adam, middle initial L, Cass. Citation I have alleges that on or about March 2nd, 2025, you committed the offenses of the DOS third. Again, that's a misdemeanor, maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days and or 1,000. You're also cited for operating a vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. That offense on conviction would bear up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Cass, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. That'll be on April 24th, and the time for that will be on the order that you'll get a copy of. Conditions are
Just write your.
what I want you to do is make sure Mr. Haverco has your contact information so he can be in touch with you. Oh, if you. Sure. So I don't want to start running back and forth here. I appreciate that. Thank you. And again, Mr. Cass, I want to make sure that you leave the original with us and but get a copy of it before you go leaving that with the clerk's office. Mr. Cass, thank you. Mavar Lois Jane Cook. Mavar Cook. Good afternoon, ma'am. Come on up. If you're more comfortable standing, just go ahead and stand. Your full name, Mavar Lois Jane Cook. You were cited with 2 criminal offenses: driving a license suspended, revoked third degree, and failure to transfer title within 45 days. Each of those is a gross misdemeanor or simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. Now, the city may have a motion with regard to both of those, and does. The charges are now these, both infractions. Driving a license suspended or revoked is now no valid operator's license. Failure to transfer title is now expired tabs. They're both simple infractions. If you admit the infractions, I'll impose fines. That would be 150 on the no valid operator's license and 100 even on the expired tabs. If you admit them and we'll set the payments at a monthly rate that you can handle. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate with your little friends there? You need to be able to drive. So I would make reinstatement of your license a project. Mr. Haverco, given the circumstances,
Sure.
could you help out with a signature? It's important that you get a copy of that, but the original stays with us. I want to wish you the best of luck, and I would make reinstatement of your license a project in life. Thank you for appearing. And you as well, ma'am. Van Ehrlich, I do not see Mr. Ehrlich. How about Maria Falsetta? Good afternoon, ma'am. Maria Nicole Rose Falsetta, is that your full name? Go ahead and have a seat. Citation alleges that on or about February 25th, you carried a loaded pistol in your car without the necessary permit to do that. Simple misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 90 days and or $1,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Falsetta, any questions, Ms. Falsetta? What I want you to do is, again, this paper will have your pretrial date on it, which is April 24th. Forgetting I'm going to get, oops. I want you to take that to the window outside and to the left. Take a copy of it and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, okay? Ms. Falsetta, thank you. Maria Haddow? Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to see you. You told me you would, and here you are. Full name, Maria Rose Haddow. Thank you for appearing. Citation alleges in honor about July 24th, 2017, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction, 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the matter.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Haddow, plea of not guilty preserves your rights. I want you to give Mr. Haverco your contact information.
Okay. Again, I thank you for appearing.
And if you would, yeah. I want you to have a copy of that, but you need to leave the original with us. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Jeremy Heikela. Good afternoon, sir. Have a seat. Full name Jeremy, middle initial C, Heikela. Citation alleges that on or about March 11th, 2025, you committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Averco to represent you in this matter. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will represent you throughout the course of the case.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea. You have a phone number? Do you have a phone number that works? Well, what is it? 361. Okay. 1137. Okay, and that's home? Yeah. What's that number? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Draggle up over the phone. I tried to impress upon you how important it is to abide by these orders. Draggle, we'll see you back here April 24th. David Hernandez. Good afternoon, sir. Full name David Angel. Angel Hernandez. It's a citation alleges in honor about August 20th, 2024. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on a conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Averco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Is there any continuing problem here? It's typical to enter a no contact order against prohibiting contact with Jessica Lugo. Does that present any problems?
Are you Jessica? Just for your court's information, Jessica's in the courtroom if the court has any questions.
And the important thing here is your safety. That's our main concern here. What is your wishes regarding contact? The order will be no hostile contact. That's incapable of any precise definition. Mr. Hernandez, what that means is if there's an issue, the police call, guess who's going to get arrested? That's the best way I know of how to explain that. Keep the peace, in other words. Setting the matter for a pretrial. We'll see you back here. Then that will be on.
Is that you said?
Really lost track of it.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Mackenzie Johnson. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead and have a seat. Your citation is one that we've already addressed a few times here. Driving license suspended or revoked third degree. City is amending that charge to the infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit it, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions? Do you admit or deny? $150 fine it is. If you can't make the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? I would check with the Department of Licensing. It's usually, but not always, unpaid tickets or a ticket you missed or something. But I would, yeah, look into that. Like I said a bit ago, we live in a world where you pretty much have got to be able to drive. Ms. Johnson, again, they'll be in order, but I want you to take that to the window outside the courtroom to your left. Make sure that you keep a copy and leave the original with us. Thank you for appearing. Levi Keith. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Levi Shane Keith. Yes, sir. Citation alleges in honor about February 28th, 2025, you committed the offense of reckless driving. Go ahead and have a seat. That offense is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case, should you be indigent and request his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Keith, plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. Conditions of release are the usual. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. Law-abiding behavior.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Keith, thank you. Take care. Jamie Ryan Koski. Does not answer. How about Shauna Leslie? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Shauna Jean Leslie? Ms. Leslie, you also, sounds like a broken record, cited for driving license suspended, revoked third degree, and I believe the city has and does move to amend the charge to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. You admit it, $150. And of course, the burning question is do you know what you need to do to reinstate? That's wonderful. That's the important thing here, really. The fine, it's $150. You can pay it by the month, but we want to make sure that if you're not able to make the payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. Extensions or Leslie, thank you for appearing. You take care. Good luck getting reinstated as soon as possible. Victor Messias Perez. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Victor Manuel Messias Perez. Good afternoon. Citation alleges as usual, driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree, misdemeanor, 90 days and or 1,000. No ignition interlock, gross misdemeanor.
I'll review when we get them.
That's something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. He's gonna represent you on this matter as well. It's already set for a pretrial, on the 27th here in a couple of weeks, so we'll just combine this,
Right, right. Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, as support the enter not guilty pleas on both matters. And just rewrite it.
Besides Perez, conditions of release or law-abiding behavior, which includes, the instant case. Good luck to you. See you back here 2 weeks. Melissa Millen? Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Melissa Ann Millen.
Yep.
Citation alleges that on or about March 9th, 2025, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, as support the enter not guilty plea.
Bill, any questions? No. I want to thank you for appearing. We'll see you back here in the date of your pretrial. Good luck to you. We'll need a signature. And of course, make sure that you leave the original and take a copy of it. And keep in touch with Mr. Haverco. Thank you, Ms. Midland. Eli also? Full name Eli Aaron also. City may have I presume does have a motion on your case as well. Mr. Oso, the charge of DWLS third is amended to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license, second degree. That misdemeanor is bears with this court a $150 fine. You can admit the infraction or you can deny it and have the matter set for a contested hearing. Any questions about anything I've just said?
Yeah, if you deny it.
What now?
If I deny it,
Well, you'd have to, you enter a denial. We would set it for a contested hearing. And then, yes, if you won, if I ruled that you hadn't done anything wrong here, yes, that would save you, you wouldn't have to pay anything. But if I found you that you had committed the infraction, I could get 100, 200, 250 bucks. That's so it's yeah, any questions?
no, I admit it.
Okay. And of course, the question is, you know what I'm gonna ask? Do you know what you need to do to get your license back?
That, cause this happened before. I thought I took the class and everything, but I guess so, I got. I took another.
Whatever you need to do to get reinstated, that's a good idea.
So.
What piece of paper?
Yeah, we need to have the original, you need to have a copy.
For the deal, they SR 220,
SR 22 insurance, yes. If they want it on file, yes, you'll have to talk to your insurance company and there's a form they file with the Department of Licensing proving that you have insurance.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing is when I had court the first time,
That's up to the Department of Licensing, not the judge. I can't order SR 22. There was a miscommunication there of some kind, I think. I suspect. Yeah, that's SR 20, that's not a part of any sentencing for anything that's that I would do or any judge would do. That's action required by the Department of Licensing. So good luck. How about Josh Patterson? Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Joshua Lee Patterson? Mr. Patterson, the citation alleges that on or about January 26, 2025, you committed the offenses of theft third, criminal trespass first degree. Each of those is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Particularly a problem cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter.
Of course, conditions of release are just stay out of trouble, law-abiding behavior. Now, Mr. Haverco is going to have you sign that. Leave the original, make sure you take a copy. And that's done at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Thank you, sir. Take care. Sharon Pluskett. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Sharon Jane Pluskett. Citation alleges in honor about March 3rd, 2025. You committed the offenses of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. She had some questions about whether or not she can drive before or after today's hearing.
This hearing wouldn't have any effect on that. That's up to the Department of Licensing. My conditions of release would be don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. But yeah, whether you're licensed or not, or have a valid license or not, that's up to the Department of Licensing. I would guess at this time, well, maybe I shouldn't guess. So that's something you need to maybe discuss with Mr. Haverco.
Thing on the set. That's them.
No, that's something that's entirely different than, it's apples and oranges is what it is.
Yeah.
What they're doing at this point doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing right now. Ma'am, you did have a prior back, but quite a while ago in 2008. Some judges would perhaps set bail on you due to the prior. I'm not going to, but very important that you don't drink and drive. That's a, what you need to do is discuss those matters with your attorney, Mr. Everett. It's on the, paper.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Pluskett, thank you. Take care. Jordan Skiles. Good afternoon, sir. Jordan Michael Skiles. Assuming the city has a motion in this case and does. The charges now, no valid operator's license, second degree. The infraction that I will fine you $150 if you admit it. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? You admit? I set it at 150. Now, the important thing is, you know, like I keep saying, you got to be able to drive. Oh, boy. Yeah, Department of Licensing has gotten to be a challenge. Oh, sigh. But that's, as you know now, that's pretty easy to lose it and a heck of a lot harder to get it back. But they don't give up, get it reinstated. And once you get it reinstated, don't let it go again. That's it. Tennille Swally. Tennille, come on up. Neil, we know each other from another court. If you have any problem with me sitting here as a judge, you let Mr. Averco know. And anyway, you were cited, for the record, Tennille Leanne Squally. You were cited with DWLS third. Now, the city is moving to amend the charge from the criminal offense to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. That's not a criminal offense if you admit it. It's a $150 fine that you can pay, excuse me, at the rate of $25 a month. If you admit that, that ends the case. There's no possibility of any jail time since this is a civil matter. Any question about anything I just said? Do you want to admit it or deny it? You can deny it and have it set for a contested hearing if you want. Well, you can deny it and present evidence at the hearing at a later date. Yeah, if I find that you weren't validly cited, that's you win. But that's the chance you take. So I don't know whether the officer, I haven't read his report, so I don't know whether he saw you driving earlier. Or I don't know. The important thing is what I want you to do is I'd make it a project in life to get your license reinstated. That's and that means going to the Department of Licensing. I don't know what the problem is. Very likely unpaid tickets. That's what it usually is. But I would go to the Department of Licensing and see what you have to do to reinstate your license, and that way you won't have to worry about it. So I'd take care of that. Mr. Averco is going to have you sign off on you'll get a copy and leave a copy. Ms. Qualley, thank you. You take care. Abbott Stevens. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Abbott Harvey Stevens? Mr. Stevens, it looks like kind of a epidemic of this here, it sounds like. You were cited with driving a license suspended, third degree too. If city has the motion in your case, which I'm assuming they do, it's now a civil infraction. Again, if you admit it, it's 150. If you deny it, you can set it for a contested hearing. Any questions? Yeah, that's insurance that's mandated by the Department of Licensing if you have a conviction for something else. That's mandated, but once you have that, what you need to do, yeah. What that is, SR 22 is a form that the insurance company files with the Department of Licensing proving that you have insurance. But you still have, if your license was suspended, you still have to reinstate it. And if that's one of the conditions of reinstatement, yes. I don't know if you've done that or not. But anyway, if you have a right to contest the hearing, we can set it for a contested hearing. I'll take that as an admission, and 150 it is. Yeah, the SR 20, these requirements, they drop off after a while. So just be patient, stay out of trouble. No new offenses. Don't get ticketed for anything in the future. And after a while, insurance premiums, the amount of money you pay will come down a little bit, and then more. But yeah, and eventually, if these things drop off your record, you'll be in a lot better shape. Mr. Haverco is going to have you sign off on the today's order, and Mr. Stevens, good luck. Again, leave us the original, but take a copy. And if you have trouble making the payments, let us know, all right? Thank you, sir. Cody Stevenson. Good afternoon, sir. Well, there is an epidemic of that. You also were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. You've got to know the drill by now. City's amended it to no vol 2. 150 fine if you admit, you can deny and get a hearing. Okay, sold. And as far as reinstatement is concerned, oh, perfect, perfect. You've got it, keep it. Oh, wonderful. That way it's always good to be able to drive without looking through. You get nervous when you see, I wasn't aware of that. You know, I hear that every once in a while, and it's usually because the notice of suspension they send, we don't change our address with the Department of Licensing. So sometimes the notice is sent to someplace we no longer live, and so you never get it and don't know. That may have been what happened here. Stevenson, thank you. You take care of yourself. Have a good one. Nicholas Tajon, we'll come back to that one. Are you Nicholas Tajon? Come on up, if you would. If I read it correctly, you were given a bunch of citations here, but you also have a Superior Court issue over.
I'm waiting.
But anyway, that's apparently that all these, everything is going to be handled there once you hear from them. So there's an officer's note in here to simply dismiss these citations, which unless you have an objection, the citations are dismissed. Yep, it'll all be handled there if they want to deal with it. Good luck. Get well. Terry Tinsley. Good afternoon, sir. Terry Lee Tinsley, your full name? Mr. Tinsley, you were cited. Same charge, driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree. And the city may have a motion, and yes, it's no longer criminal. It's a civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit it, $150 fine. You admit that, so be it, 150. Now, do you know what you need to do to reinstate? I'm glad I don't have to deal with the department. Good luck. Good luck. That's keep working on it. Don't give up. The important thing is, don't give up. Yeah, make sure you leave the original, take a copy. That's done at the window. Tanner Watson. Good afternoon, sir. Is that your full name, Tanner Watson? Oh. Citation alleged in honor about March 9th, 2025. You committed the offense of physical control of a motor vehicle. Gross misdemeanor, the maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He's going to enter a plea in your behalf, and we'll do so at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Go ahead and give Mr. Haverco your. Mr. Watson, conditions of release or don't drive unless licensed and insured. I note from the file your breathalyzer was 2930 in this thing. That's extraordinarily high, and that's of some concern. A lot of people that would kill them. That's you need to get it into a place where you've completely separated, either completely separated drinking and driving or not drinking at all. That's, I'm going to leave that as an open question now. The rules now are don't drive unless licensed and insured. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, and you're not to drive if you've consumed any alcohol. I'm not going to set any bail on you, but the intoxication level is concerning to me and should be concerning to you as well. Pretrial, April 24th. Mr. Watson, thank you. You take care. We'll see you back here April 24th. Good luck to you. And with that, we're going to go off record. Go on record for the 2:30 fraction calendar. Danny Dennis. Get out of here, that's a show. Come back. Hi, Semantic. Mr. Semantic, come on up. You have a seat at the council table if you would. The document says you want a contested hearing on the infraction you received.
Yeah.
Procedure on a contested hearing is as follows. The city has the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence that you did commit the infractions. To that end, I'll read into the record the officer's notes, and after I do that, you can respond with your defense to whether or not the infractions were committed. Any questions?
No.
On the listed date and time, I wish they would say the date and time. Date of citation was January 17th at about 5:15 in the afternoon. This time I observed the listed vehicle traveling on 92nd Avenue Southeast and approaching the intersection connecting with Iverson Loop Southeast. The vehicle driver failed to come to a complete stop and proceeded through the posted stop sign. A records check confirmed the vehicle registration was also expired. The listed driver, identified by an Arizona driver's license, was issued a traffic citation for failing to stop at a stop sign and for failing to renew a registration greater than 2 months. The driver was verbally upset and aggressive throughout the stop and was given a warning for not having a front license plate attached to the vehicle. The driver provided with an explanation of the citation and released. I certify under penalty of perjury of the laws of the state of Washington that the statements made herein are true and correct, and that I am entering by my authorized user ID and password to authenticate it, signature Brian Mooney, badge number 3972. That's what the officer said. He observed you go through a stop sign without stopping, and then wound up writing you a cite for not only that, but the
registration.
why he pulled you over was they can check that through the plate. The registration was had been expired for longer than 2 months. That's what the officer said. I'll now listen to what you have to say in defense.
Yeah, he actually started following me, starting from Killerman, the road. I forget what road it is. I have it on my phone somewhere. Hold on.
You're at 92nd, according to the.
It was Killian Road. He got behind me, followed me all the way into my neighborhood. Well, it wasn't my neighborhood, but my cousin's neighborhood, because I was going to his house. And he got behind me, followed me all the way into the neighborhood. I pulled into the neighborhood, used my turn signal, everything. And I stopped at the stop sign. I stopped at the stop sign. I don't know why he said that. And because he was right behind me, I knew he was following me all the way from that whole road, that whole half mile. I knew he was following me. And I don't know why I wouldn't stop at the stop sign, right in the neighborhood. And I know I stopped at the stop sign because he was right behind me. So, and then he didn't even lit up his lights until I pulled into my driveway. So.
How about the registration?
It's in my mom's name, so I don't know if I could have gone down and got it myself without her there to sign for it. So when he pulled me over, my mom was down here in Arizona, or she lives in Arizona. She came down in Washington for like 10 days, and we were gonna go and get that while she was down there, but yeah. And I got the registration the day after that happened.
Taken care of. That's well, with regard to the first failure to obey a traffic signal. Actually, you're saying I did stop. He's saying you didn't stop. As a technical matter, the officer said failed to stop. Now, that's the conclusion. That's what it was up to do. There's no facts upon which he bases that conclusion. I will find that infraction was not committed. However, the expired tabs, I will find that you committed that one. 237 is too much. I'm gonna reduce that to 150. That's good because that, the moving violation is, that's the one that hurts insurance and that's the one, that's being dismissed. Suspending. What we're gonna do is, there's an order to that effect. Ordinarily, this would be done, on the computer. However, the court system, which is a system that generates, court orders, that's, down today, not working. So we're reduced to the, old way of doing things. That's being prepared. When it is, I'll sign that. If there's a problem making the payments, let us know. And, we can certainly deal with that.
Where would I go to pay that?
Out the courtroom and, to your left, there's a window there.
Right here?
That's where you take care of it. They'll give you a copy of it, but we need to keep the original. It's the better your driving record, the lower the insurance premiums are. Happy motoring. Take care of yourself. Any questions? Have a good one. Thomas Vandenberg. Mr. Vandenberg, you were cited for the expensive one. No insurance.
No insurance.
And also failure to signal. You want those mitigated? How about the insurance? Have you gotten that since, or are you still?
I'm financially unable to provide for insurance at this moment.
That's yeah, 559 is way too much. Let's reduce that to 150.
No, that would be fantastic.
And we'll give you payments on that. It is, insurance is one of those things, it doesn't do anything for you, just having it. But if you need it, you sure need it badly.
That is correct.
I would make that, a project, get yourself insured, at least some coverage, anyway.
Yeah, well, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's 559. You can't afford both that and insurance at the same time.
Very difficult.
Yes. Mr. Vandenberg, I'm going to wish you the best of luck for preparing an order on that. I shouldn't say we, I said I'm not sure I'm capable of preparing it. Signature on that, and again, take that to the window and get a copy and leave the original. Well, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You have a good one. Delmer Goodall. Good afternoon. You were cited for no insurance and failure to signal, and you've asked for a contested hearing. And I'll explain the procedure again. I'll read the officer's statement and then I'll listen to anything you have to say. Any questions at this point? Citation was issued on February 4th, 2025 at about 4 o'clock in the morning. On the above date and time, while serving as a police officer for the city of Yelm, Washington, I observed a multicolored Geo Metro traveling east of the 400 block of Yelm Avenue West. The vehicle made a right turn onto Rice Street Southwest without using his turn signal. I followed the vehicle on Rice Street and observed the vehicle turn right on Mossman Street Southwest, again without using a turn signal. I initiated a traffic stop by activating my emergency lights. The vehicle came to a stop in the 400 block of Mossman Avenue. I contacted the Dale driver and explained the reason for the stop. I asked the driver for his license, registration, and insurance. The driver held up an ID but refused to provide me with the ID. I informed the driver he was required to provide his ID for inspection. The driver argued with me and continued to refuse to provide ID. At this time, I directed the driver to exit the vehicle and detained the driver in handcuffs. The driver was identified as Talbot Radall with the Washington driver's license on his person. I again attempted to explain to Talbot that he was required to provide his ID for inspection when stopped by law enforcement. Talbot continued to argue, stating that RCW is not law, and began rambling about the Constitution. Talbot stated the vehicle registration was in the car and he did not have insurance on the vehicle. I issued Talbot a notice of infraction for operating a motor vehicle without insurance and for failure to signal. I provided Talbot with a copy of the notice of infraction and explained he had 30 days to respond with one of the options listed. After removing the handcuffs and being informed that he was free to go, Talbot made a comment about meeting officers in a boxing gym so they can go one-on-one with him. I asked Talbot if he was threatening to fight law enforcement, and he mumbled an unintelligible answer. Some or all of these incidents may have been captured utilizing a body-worn audio and video device. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of Washington that I have completed this in Yelm, Washington on the date above. The proceeding is true and correct, and I am entering my authorized user ID and password to authenticate it. Signed, Officer N. Sorensen, 6P19. That's what the officer says. I'll listen to what you have to say in defense of that. He cited you for two things: failure to signal and not having any insurance.
Oh, I thought today was gonna be a hearing. Not.
Well, could you sit up and speak to, come forward and talk to.
In there, American law, my brother is not. And my brother is. You know, so what, that was what I was told, and that's what I was understood. And if it, when you find a driver, they were supposed to, you know, stop any investigation because I'm not the one that not interrogate people in my car. Well, every time they interrogate people in my car. On this case, it was the main drag in past the high school or whatever. He was going toward the outskirts of town. There was a truck behind me, and I He went up to a car that's turning. He went out of his way to shoot me in the middle of the road. By the time he got behind that other truck, I'd already used my hand. All right. Had some breather problems that night. So I used my hand signal to turn right, heading towards the golf. He sped up. I mean, through that. Like and I'm sitting at the intersection there. And I put my hands out the window like, what? What did I do? Every day, every time I drive, I walk, whatever. So I put my hand signal again, and I made a right hand turn, and I parked right there.
How about the insurance? Did you have insurance? I'm not gonna go into that. Sir, it's not.
He's saying that. I'm being rude on it, but I'm showing it. I'm displaying my life.
No, by law, you need to give it to them. That's the rule.
I've done that
Now-
with many other officers, and they've never done that.
They don't, they have to, but if they want to, they're allowed to do it. I tell you what we're gonna do.
You wanna go to dog? You can't get the breath in there. Come on, step out, step out. Now,
Hey, whoa, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do.
Yes,
I'm gonna give you a break. I'm gonna dismiss the citations.
okay.
Stay out of trouble, okay?
I'm not trying to look for trouble.
Well, you
As soon
seem
as
to
I
have,
get- if I get-
okay, that's enough. The rule is this, if you find yourself winning, you leave before the judge changes his mind.
I'm not
Have a nice
trying-
day.
I'm not trying.
No,
I just
no, but
don't
we're
look for
done.
us. And-
Mr. Riddall, we're done. So,
Okay.
I'm not gonna listen to any further. Have a nice day.
For the record.
Take care. Are we off record? We're off record. Wait a minute. What's this first one? This is strike it. We would be willing to do that, but he has to show up so we can. Back on record for the no-shows for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar, starting with number 1, Lane Anderson, DDoS third, amend to no vol 2 and FTA. Docket number 2, Tiffany Marie Anderson, I find probable cause for the issuance to her of an assault 4th degree citation, 1,000 cash or bond. Oral issue. Next would be Kinsey DeFord with a number of pardon. Benton, I'm sorry. Benton, I did find probable cause for the issuance to him of an assault in the 4th degree citation, 1,000 cash or bond, what that is, and then Bonema as well. Find probable cause for the issuance to Mr. Bonema of a theft 3rd citation, 1,000 cash or bond. And then Kinsey DeFord, note the non-appearance, reset at the request of Attorney Van Vechten, and send both Ford and to the last address we have for him anyway, and to Mr. Van Vechten the new court date. And then Van Erlich, I do find probable cause for the new citations for disorderly conduct, obstructing, and criminal trespass. 1,000 cash or bond to join the warrant that he already has out on his other cases. Next, I have Janie Koski, amend to no vol 2 and FTA. That's another DWLS charge. Nicholas Tejon, that's dismiss all without prejudice. Apparently, those will all be handled. I didn't realize there was a suit going on in the super court for that. Sherry Choloso, probable cause previously found when I talked to her in custody a couple of days ago. Well, within the last week, 1,000 cash or bond. And apparently if he'd reoffended, and I have to call the jail and talk to her after we're done here. And that, as they say, is that. And with that, we can go off.